Hi guys! Tonight we begin by standing at the edge of a different kind of wilderness. Not a forest, but a forest of brick and iron. The sky is still dark, but it's already humming with a low industrial frequency. You can almost feel it in your teeth before you hear it. The distant groan of steam, the shudder of machinery waking up. It's the kind of place that looks powerful and historic in a faded photograph. But if you had to actually work here, especially for a 14-hour shift, you would probably break before the first whistle blew. The reality is simple. Factories were machines for grinding down human beings, and if you had to labour inside one without protection, without rights, or even a breath of air that didn't taste of oil and lint, you discover quickly that your biggest enemy wasn't the clock. It was the relentless, dehumanising exhaustion. You probably won't survive this, at least not with your spirit intact. So before you settle in, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely appreciate these journeys into the raw texture of the past. And if you're listening right now, I'd love to know where you are. Drop your location and the local time in the comments. It's always fascinating to see where in the world we're quietly stepping back into history together. Now, let the modern world fade. The first whistle is about to sound. The darkness feels different here. It does not soften gently into dawn as it might have over fields or forests. It is a held breath, a dense cloth pressed against the city, already humming with a low, distant frequency that is not sound but vibration. You surface from sleep not because light has changed, but because the cold has found its way through the gaps in the wallboards, through the thin wool of the blanket that scratches your chin. It is a precise, insistent cold that speaks of stone, brick, and paved streets holding the night's chill close, refusing the slow warmth of earth. Your eyes are still closed. For a moment, the map of the dream lingers, a fragment of open sky or a quiet path, something green and soft-edged. Then it dissolves, pulled apart by the reality of the mattress beneath you, stuffed with straw that has compacted into lumps, and by the weight of another body sharing the narrow space. The warmth from them is a small mercy. You lie still, listening. The house itself is a chorus of tiny protests, wood contracting, a faint draught sighing under the door. But beneath that, underneath everything, is the city's own pulse. It is a rumble too deep to be heard, felt in the floorboards, in the teeth. It has been there all night, the great machine never fully sleeping. Then it comes, not from the sky, but from the heart of the brick and iron district to the east, a long, low wail that tears through the remaining dark, the factory whistle. It starts as a shudder in the air, climbs into a piercing note that holds, bleeds into the fabric of the morning, and finally fades, leaving a ringing silence that is somehow louder. It is not a call, it is a summons. Your body knows this before your mind does. A tension enters your limbs, a readiness that feels ancient and resigned. The dream is gone entirely now, wiped clean as if it never was. Around you the tenement begins to stir, not with the slow, groaning ease of a farmhouse, but with a series of sharp, economical movements. A cough, the scrape of a chair, the thud of feet hitting bare boards in the room above. These are not the sounds of people waking to a day. They are the sounds of parts being assembled. You are one of them. You take a breath, and the air carries the night's accumulated smells. Cold ash from the hearth, the damp wool of drying clothes, the faint, ever-present scent of coal smoke and human closeness. This is the air you will breathe all day, inside and out. It is the first taste of the work to come. You push the blanket back, and the cold settles on your skin like a second layer. The rough wool of your sleeping shirt is no barrier. As you sit up, the world narrows to the simple, heavy facts of the body. The ache in your shoulders from yesterday's labour is still there, a dull background thrum, the stiffness in your fingers. You flex them, feeling the joints protest. This is your machine, this collection of bone and muscle, and it is already showing wear. The whistle's echo has been replaced by a more immediate sound, the quick, light footsteps of children being roused, the clatter of a pot downstairs. Time is moving now in its industrial cadence, measured not by the sun's climb but by the shrinking interval until the gate closes, the clock in, the first roar of the engines. You swing your legs over the side of the bed, your feet searching for the solid, unforgiving plane of the wood floor. The touch is a shock, a final severing from the fragile warmth of the bed. This is the threshold. Behind you, the fading memory of rest and private darkness. Before you, the long illuminated tunnel of the day's labour. You're not awake, you're activated. The city has drawn its first breath, and you're pulled into its iron lungs. There is no choice in the motion that follows, only the deep, unquestioning momentum of routine. The machine awaits, and you're already, in every sense, on your way. The room holds the shallow darkness of a city morning, a gloom pierced not by sunlight, but by the faint, sooty glow of a street lamp filtering through a single window. You move by touch and habit. The shared water in the basin on the rough-hewn stand is liquid cold, a shock that scrubs the last clinging threads of sleep from your skin. The soap is a hard grey cake that smells of tallow and ash, and it leaves a film, not a cleanliness. You splash your face, the water dripping onto the floorboards, and the act feels less like purification and more like a rough tuning of the instrument, your body, for the day's performance. Others move around you in the tight space, shadows with familiar sounds, a child's sleepy murmur, the rustle of fabric, the metallic clink of a spoon in a pot. There is little speech. Words are a currency spent carefully this early. The meal is a transaction of necessity. Cold oatmeal, thick and congealed from the night before, or a heel of hard bread dipped in a little milk if it exists. You eat standing, leaning against the wall, swallowing quickly. Taste is irrelevant. The food is a weight in the stomach, a lump of fuel to be burned over the long hours ahead. You feel it settle, a dull, solid presence. Then comes the armour. Your work clothes lie in a heap where you left them, the shape of your own fatigue. You pick up the trousers, stiff with dried sweat, the grime of yesterday's oil and dust ground into the rough weave of the wool. They're heavy, colder than the room's air. Pulling them on is an act of re-entry. The fabric is abrasive, the seams known ridges of discomfort. The shirt follows, smelling of smoke and salt skin. Each button is a small cold coin under your fingers. You tie the laces on your shoes, the leather cracked and hardened, the soles worn thin and patched with a different material. You press a thumb against the repair, feeling its give. This is the weakest point, a potential failure that could mean a day of pain or a cost you cannot afford. Dressing is not merely covering the body, it is layering on the identity of the worker. With each garment, the private self, the one that dreamed, recedes. You're assembling the shell that the factory will recognize. You step out of the apartment, pulling the door shut on the pocket of warmth and muted life. The stairwell is a tunnel of echoing footsteps, yours joining others from floors above and below. You emerge onto the street and the city swallows you whole. The dawn is a rumour here, a faint lightening of the grey that clings to the rooftops. The air is chill and damp, carrying the night's exhalations of coal smoke, horse manure, and the damp stone of the buildings. You fall into the stream of people flowing along the cobblestones. It is a grey river, a current of hunched shoulders and downturned faces, illuminated in patches by the guttering yellow flames of gas lamps. The light they cast is weak, pooling in small circles on the wet stone, leaving the faces above them in shadow. There is a sound, but it is not the sound of a crowd. It is the shuffle of countless boots, a low rhythmic whisper punctuated by a cough, a muttered greeting, the distant clang of a distant milk wagon. No one lingers. No one looks up. The movement has a terrible collective purpose. You walk your own footsteps lost in the multitude. You pass from the canyon of tenements, where laundry hangs like grey ghosts between buildings, into a district of wider, grimier streets. The buildings change, become larger, bulkier, their windows blank and dark. The smell shifts too. The close human scent of the residential quarters is gradually overtaken by other odours, sharper and more metallic. The tang of coal tar, the sourness of chemical runoff in the gutters, the thick, sweetish smell of boiling animal fat from a rendering works. The ambient sound, once a murmur of life, deepens into a constant, low-grade thunder, a vibration you feel through your feet before you truly hear it with your ears. Then you turn a corner and you see it. The factory. At first, it is just a darker mass against the grey sky, a jagged silhouette of roofs and towers. But as you walk closer, details resolve. The long brick walls, windowless or lined with 100 identical, small-paned windows. The skeletal outlines of gantries and hoists, and the chimneys. Several of them, towering stacks of brick, already vomiting great rolling plumes of black smoke into the morning air. The smoke climbs thick and purposeful, blotting out the feeble light, a permanent storm cloud anchored to the earth. The sound now is no longer a rumble. It is a defined, monstrous orchestra. The deep, pounding heartbeat of steam engines. The shriek of metal on metal from a saw or a lathe. The relentless clattering rhythm of looms or stamping presses. It is not a single noise, but a wall of noise. Structured, layered, and immense. It swallows the sound of the street, of your own breathing. Your body, without your conscious command, tightens. Your shoulders draw up slightly. Your jaw clenches. Your stomach, full of its bland meal, knots. It is an animal response to a colossal predator. The final 100 yards to the gate is not a walk, but a procession into the moor. The individual around you ceases to be a neighbour, a fellow soul. They are simply other pieces of machinery, moving on the same track, toward the same source of the roar. Your thoughts, the quiet internal voice that wondered about the cold water or the patch on your shoe, go silent. They are drowned out completely. There is only the sight of the gate, the mass of bodies funneling through it, and the all-consuming sound. You're no longer a man walking to work. You're a unit of labour reporting for duty. The transition is complete. The city's human river pours itself drop by drop into the iron heart of the machine. The gate passes overhead like the lintel of a new world, and the world inside is heat, noise, and density. The cold morning air is severed behind you, replaced by a thick, moist warmth that clings to the skin immediately. It is not a comforting heat. It is the exhalation of machines, laden with 1,000 smells that strike in rapid succession. The sweet, dusty odour of raw cotton or wool fibres hanging in the air like a fog. The sharp, metallic tang of machine oil, freshly applied and already burning on hot bearings. The sour stench of human sweat, old and new, rising from damp clothes. And underneath it all, the pervasive smell of coal smoke and hot steam. You breathe it in, and it coats your tongue, the back of your throat. The sound is no longer a distant roar, but a physical presence. It assaults from all directions, a cacophony so complete it becomes a singular pressing weight on the eardrums. The deep, rhythmic thump, thump, thump of the central steam engine resonates in your chest. Overlaying this is the high, shrieking whine of leather drive belts slicing through the air, the relentless clatter and hiss of the spinning mules or power looms, the metallic crash of a shuttle being thrown, the rumble of carts on iron rails. It is not something you hear, it is something you inhabit. Your voice, if you tried to speak, would be a tiny lost thing, swallowed before it left your lips. You move through aisles of towering machinery, the air vibrating. The foreman stands near a massive gear-toothed clock mounted on a brick column. His eyes scan the incoming stream of workers, his face a mask of bored authority. You do not approach the clock to mark a card. Such precise individual counting comes later. Your presence is your punch. A sharp nod from him, a gesture of his thumb towards a familiar row of machines is your only instruction. His voice, when it comes, is a flat bark that somehow cuts through the din, a reminder about waste, about speed, about the fines deducted for damaged bobbins. The words are routine, a ritual of power as regular as the machine's cycle. You absorb them without reaction, your gaze already shifting to your charge, your machine. It is a spinning mule, a long skeletal beast of iron, wood and brass. Your hands, already gritty, reach out not with affection but with the cold familiarity of a groom tending a dangerous animal. You check the belts for tension, your fingers running over the warm, worn leather. You inspect the spindles, your eyes noting the whirl of thread, watching for the slightest tremble or snag that presages a break. The machine is an extension of the room, which is an extension of the engine, which is an extension of a will far beyond your own. Your role is to become an extension of the machine. Your hands, your eyes, your reflexes are its minor, biological components. The work begins, your world narrows to the length of your frame. Your eyes fix on the dancing fibres, the white threads whirling onto the spindles with hypnotic speed. The air is thick with floating lint, catching the dim light from the high, grime-coated windows, making it look like a snowstorm frozen in time. You move down the line, your touch becoming automatic. A broken thread must be caught, tied, and refed with a swift, practiced motion, a flick of the fingers, a twist of the wrist. The fibres themselves are dry and thirsty, pulling the moisture from your skin. The bobbins, when you lift them, are deceptively heavy, solid cylinders of accumulated labour. Your palms grow raw from the constant handling. The floor trembles, the vibration comes up through the soles of your thin shoes. A constant, subtle tremor that travels into your ankles, your knees, settling as a dull ache in the base of your spine. The heat is not uniform. It radiates in waves from the steam pipes overhead, from the friction of the machinery, creating pockets of stifling intensity where the air is almost too thick to breathe. Your shirt, coarse as it is, becomes damp with sweat, sticking to your back and shoulders. At first the noise is an invasion, a headache pounding behind your eyes. But slowly, insidiously, your hearing adjusts. It does not lessen. You simply learn to pass it. The deep thump becomes a heartbeat you synchronize with. The shriek of the belts is a constant tone you learn to ignore until it changes pitch, signalling a problem. The clatter of the looms in the adjacent room becomes a chaotic rhythm, a backdrop to the more precise tempo of your own machines. The sound ceases to be separate from you. It becomes the environment, the very medium in which you move. Silence now would be the shock. You're not alone in this dance. Along your row, a boy who cannot be more than 10 darts between the frames. His small size an advantage for crawling underneath to sweep up lint and oil lower joints. His face is pale, smudged with grease, his eyes wide and watchful. His movements are quick, bird-like, but there is a tightness to his jaw, a fear of being caught idle. Further down, a woman operates a similar machine. Her hands are blur, she tends twice as many spindles. Her hair is bound tightly under a cap, her expression one of severe concentration. Her pace is relentless, a matter of grim necessity. A moment's lapse for her could mean a catastrophic tangle, a deduction from wages her family cannot spare. You see her glance just once towards a high window where a narrow slice of grey sky is visible. The glance is swift, hungry, and instantly corrected, her eyes snapping back to the whirling threads. The message is clear for all who know how to look. Here, there is no room for distraction, no margin for error that does not carry a direct, painful cost. Time loses its meaning measured in minutes. It is measured in bobbins filled, in carts loaded, in the gradual mounting protest of your own body. The first true warning comes not from the clock, but from your wrists. A hot, sharp pain begins to lace through the tendons with each repetitive motion of tying and feeding. Your lower back, which has been a column of steady ache, tightens into a specific knot of pain. Your eyes, fixed on the rapid, microscopic details of the threads, begin to feel dry and grainy, begging for the relief of a blink, for a look at something, anything, further than 6 feet away. The mind under such duress becomes a rebel. It tries to flee. Against your will, a fragment of a thought surfaces, the memory of the cold water in the basin, the feeling of the rough blanket at dawn, the sound of your child's breath in the quiet dark. It is a sweet, piercing pain. You see, in your mind's eye, the small window of your tenement, the sky beyond it changing colour. The longing is a physical pull, a yearning so strong it feels like it could drag your body right through the brick wall. But the machine does not stop. The shuttles do not pause. The foreman's shadow might fall across your work at any moment. You wrench your attention back, forcing your gaze onto the threads, your hands into the rhythm. The internal escape attempt is quashed over and over, a silent, exhausting battle fought within the cavern of noise. The fatigue is not something that arrives at the end. It is a tide that was already high at the gate, and now it slowly, inexorably rises, submerging you by inches. You're not becoming tired. You're learning the precise, detailed geography of the tiredness that will be your constant state for the next 10 hours. This is the new rhythm of your blood, the new truth of your bones, set not by the sun or the season, but by the relentless turning gears of the industrial day. The change does not begin with a sight, but with a sound, or rather, the slow subtraction of it. First, the great engine's heartbeat falters, the deep thud, 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 gasping and slowing like a giant losing consciousness. Then, one by one, the machines follow. The shrieking belts sigh and fall slack. The frantic clatter of the looms stutters into a few last isolated clicks. The spinning frames whir down, the whirl of thread dissolving into stillness. The silence that floods in to fill the space is not a true silence. It is a ringing, pressure-filled void that feels louder than the noise it replaced. A high, persistent whine sings in your ears, your own blood's protest. For a moment, the absence of vibration in the floorboards is more disorienting than the tremor itself. Your body, tuned for hours to that specific frequency, feels suddenly adrift, unsupported. The quiet is not peaceful. It is shocking, a sensory amputation. The release of tension is collective, a low communal exhale that seems to rise from the grease-stained floor. Movements change. The rigid posture enforced by the machine slumps. Men and women straighten from their permanent leans, hands going to the small of their backs, faces turning blank with the simple effort of feeling what has been done to them. There is no designated place. You simply stop where you are, or shuffle to lean against a brick pillar or the still warm flank of your silent machine. The act of eating is stripped of all ceremony. From pockets or small cloth bundles come the same simple defences against hunger: a wedge of hard cheese wrapped in paper, a thick slice of coarse bread, a cold potato. The food is dry, difficult to swallow without moisture. Water is passed in a shared tin cup drawn from a single barrel in the corner. It is warm and tastes faintly of wood and iron, but it is liquid, and you drink it with a focus that is almost desperate. This is not a meal. It is the refueling of a boiler. You chew methodically, your jaw aching from its own unclenching, your mind numb to flavour, concerned only with mass, with the conversion of substance into stamina. In this suspended hour, speech returns, but it is a muted, utilitarian thing. Voices sound strange, thin and raspy from disuse, struggling against the ringing in the head. Conversations are brief, practical, and orbit the shared reality like moths around a dim lamp. A few muttered words about the foreman's mood, a complaint about a slipping belt that stole 10 minutes of productivity, a question about a sick child answered with a weary nod, and a shared wordless understanding. A joke is attempted, a dry, grim flicker of humour that dies almost as it is born, leaving a faint smile that looks more like a wince. This is not companionship for its own sake. It is the maintenance of the human machinery, a quick check of connections, a sharing of pressures to prevent a solitary rupture. The social bond here is another form of lubrication. It is only when the body is allowed to stop that it can fully report the damage. The aches that were a background hum now step forward, distinct and vocal. The pain in your wrists sharpens into a hot focus sting. The knot in your lower back declares itself with a throbbing insistence. You stretch, rolling your shoulders, and the muscles pull tight as dried leather. You look down at your hands, opening and closing them. The skin on your palms is shiny and red in places, tough as old hide in others. A new blister has risen near the base of your thumb, a clear bubble of liquid over angry flesh. You press it gently, feeling the tautness. Next to it, the old calluses are yellowed and cracked, permanent landmarks. You massage one hand with the other, but the touch offers no real relief, only a different kind of pressure. Your gaze lifts, drawn inevitably to the high, grimy windows. The glass is so coated with the accumulated soot and lint of years that the world outside is only a suggestion, a blur of grey light. But you can see the shape of a cloud, or the passage of a bird, a swift, dark dash across the dull rectangle. For a second you're not in the factory, you're simply a person looking at a cloud. The thought is vast and empty, a glimpse of a scale of existence where time is not measured in bobbins. But the view is framed on all sides by blackened brick, and the cloud moves out of sight. The connection is severed as quickly as it was made, leaving a hollow feeling more acute than the hunger. That world, the natural one, is not yours. It is a picture on a wall, seen from the bottom of a well. Then, with a violence that makes every person in the room flinch, the whistle screams. It is a sound of pure command, metallic and devoid of ambiguity. It shreds the fragile quiet, the half-formed thoughts, the momentary stillness. It does not request, it announces. The pause is over. The reaction is not mental but physical, a deep animal jolt. Your spine straightens as if pulled by a wire. The bread, half-eaten, is stuffed back into its cloth. The tin cup is set down with a final clatter. All around you the brief human tableau shatters back into functional motion. The sighs, the shared looks, the quiet words are gone, folded away, faces shut down, returning to the necessary mask of concentration. The great engine gives its first waking shudder, a sound felt in the teeth. The belts begin to turn, slowly at first, then with gathering speed, their shriek building back to its familiar pitch. You turn back to your machine, your hands already moving to where they need to be, your body braced once more for the tremor, the heat, the noise. The rest was not a healing. It was a reminder of what you had lost, a brief, cruel taste of stillness that only made the return to motion feel more like a sentence. The hour of pause was just another part of the shift, a necessary venting of steam so the pressure would not burst the pipe. Now the valve is closed. The work, the true and only work, reclaims you completely. The machinery reclaims its rhythm with a grim finality, as if the noon pause had been a fleeting error now corrected. The afternoon shift is not a new beginning, but a deeper descent into the same reality. The motions you perform are identical to the morning's, the same reach, the same twist, the same watchful gaze on the whirling threads. Yet everything is heavier. The air feels thicker, the heat more penetrating, the noise a solid wall you must press your consciousness against constantly. Your mind, which fought so hard to escape before lunch, now begins to surrender. It does not wander to pleasant memories or distant windows. It simply retreats. A strange numbness sets in, not in the body but behind the eyes. Your thoughts become slow, viscous, like the heavy oil cooling in the cans. You watch your own hands move, tie, lift and feed, but the observation comes from a distance, as if you're standing slightly outside yourself. The body works on, a complex automaton driven by ingrained memory and the fear of stopping. You are there, and yet you are not. You are a witness to your own automation. Your senses undergo a strange transformation. They do not dull so much as they specialize, narrowing to a tunnel focused solely on survival. The smell of the room, the oppressive blend of dust, oil and sweat, no longer strikes you in waves. It has become the permanent condition of the air you breathe. You taste it at the back of your throat. a gritty metallic film that water cannot wash away. Your hearing has long since stopped registering the cacophony as separate sounds. It is now a single immense pressure, a physical force that sits against your eardrums and vibrates in your skull. You feel it in your teeth, in the bridge of your nose. It is no longer an auditory experience but a tactile one, a constant shaking presence. Your vision constricts. The world beyond your immediate machine, the other workers, the far walls, the pillars, dissolves into a greasy, vibrating blur. Your entire universe is the few square feet in front of you. The dancing fibres, the spinning bobbins, the flicker of your own raw hands moving in and out of focus. To look up or around requires a conscious effort, a breaking of the trance. It happens halfway through the afternoon, a sudden, sharp punctuation in the endless hum. A cry, not of pain at first, but of sheer startled terror, is cut short by a sound that is horribly organic. A wet, crunching thud, followed by the shriek of metal grinding against a sudden obstruction. Heads turn, a ripple of broken rhythm moving down the line. 2 frames down, a young man, his face bleached of all colour, is staring at his hand, or what is left of it, tangled in the rapacious gears of a feed mechanism. The machine, offended, has stalled, shuddering. For a second there is a shocking clarity. You see the twisted fingers, the dark blood welling instantly, soaking the white fibres with a spreading violent red. The boy makes no further sound, his mouth a perfect circle of silence. Then the foreman is there, his face tight with anger, not at the injury, but at the interruption. He barks orders. Another man scrambles to reverse the drive. The gears whine in protest, releasing their prize. The boy stumbles back, cradling his mangled hand against his chest, the blood now dripping steadily onto the floor. He's led away quickly, without ceremony, by 2 others. A bucket of sawdust appears, tossed over the small dark pool on the boards. Someone else is already at the stalled machine, clearing the jammed threads, wiping the worst of the gore from the metal with a rag. Within 3 minutes the machine is restarted, its clatter rejoining the chorus, perhaps a little noisier for the violence. The incident is over. No one speaks of it. The lesson is not in words. It is in the sawdust soaking up red, in the seamless resumption of noise. The machine is indifferent. The process is everything. The human body is merely a part that sometimes, messily, fails. Your own fatigue is now a total state of being. It is no longer a collection of aches, but the very medium you move through. Your entire body feels dense, leaden, as if you're wading through deep water. Your eyelids grow impossibly heavy, a gritty, dragging sensation with every blink. The struggle is no longer against boredom or wandering thoughts, but against a primal urge to simply shut down, to slide to the floor and let the noise and vibration claim you. Your attention, that thin wire of concentration, frays dangerously. You catch yourself staring at a single spindle, lost in the meaningless blur of its rotation, until a near miss, a thread about to break, jolts you back. The fear is what holds the line. The fear of the foreman's notebook, of the fine, of the docked pay. His figure, moving through the aisles, is no longer just a man. He is a walking embodiment of consequence. Your eyes, without your head turning, track his progress in your peripheral vision, and your hands move faster, more precisely, in the moments he's near. Your body learns to perform under this dual burden, the crushing weight of exhaustion and the sharp spur of disciplinary fear. Time itself becomes viscous, stretching into a long, unbearable corridor. The clock on the brick column seems to have stopped, its hands frozen in a conspiracy against you. You measure the passage of hours by the slow, almost imperceptible creep of a parallelogram of dusty sunlight across the far wall, falling from a high window you cannot see. You watch it inch its way over the bricks, a pale, anemic thing compared to the hot, oily glow of the gas lamps. That patch of light is your only true clock, a silent, indifferent sundial in this artificial hell. Its movement is agonizingly slow, a mockery of your internal feeling that you've been in this room for weeks, for years. The afternoon is not a sequence of minutes, but a single, sustained, exhausting note. Once, near the end of this long stretch, a different kind of movement cuts through the aisles. The factory owner, or perhaps a man from the counting house, makes a tour with the head foreman. He is a spectre from another planet. His clothes are of a dark, fine wool, unmarked by dust or sweat. His boots shine dully even in the poor light. His hands are clean, held loosely at his sides. He walks with a measured, unhurried pace, his eyes scanning the lines of machinery and workers with a detached, assessing calm. He does not look at faces. He looks at output, at the flow of material. He pauses near your row, and you feel the foreman stiffen beside him. The owner says something, his voice a low, indistinct murmur lost beneath the noise. He gestures with a clean hand towards a driveshaft overhead. Then he moves on, leaving in his wake the smell of good tobacco and starched linen, a scent so alien it is almost offensive. The contrast is not just visual, it is existential. His cleanliness highlights your filth. His calm underscores your exhaustion. His abstract gaze reduces you and your struggle to a column in a ledger, a figure to be maximized or minimized. He's not part of the machine. He owns it. You are a component within it, wearing out in real time before his eyes. The encounter lasts less than a minute, but it etches itself into the fatigue, a perfect, painful illustration of the distance between the power that commands and the flesh that obeys. By the time the light on the wall has faded to a memory, you have passed beyond feeling like a person operating a machine. The integration is more complete, more sinister. The rhythm of the machine is in your pulse. The constant vibration is in your bones. Your reactions are not thoughts, but mechanical responses. A hand darts out to catch a breaking thread before the conscious mind has even registered the flicker. You've entered a state of being where labour is not an action you perform, but a condition you inhabit. The weariness is not something you feel, it is what you're made of. The line between your body and the iron frame beside you blurs. You're a biological module, sweating, aching, and slowly deteriorating, plugged into an industrial system that values your output infinitely more than your existence. The humanity, the internal voice, the capacity for reflection, these are not gone, but they are buried deep under layers of numb repetition and disciplined fear, preserved only as a faint, stubborn ember, waiting for the signal that this portion of the endless day is finally, mercifully over. The signal comes not as a relief, but as a rupture, a long descending wail from the steam whistle that slices through the racket and commands it to cease. The obedience is not instantaneous. The great engine groans as its load is shed, the rhythm breaking apart into isolated, clattering protests from different sections of the floor. The belts wind down in pitch. The spinning frames slow their frantic dance, the whirl of thread resolving into individual strands, then stillness. The noise does not stop so much as it unravels, fraying into 100 smaller sounds that now become audible for the first time in hours. The coughs that have been stifled, the low groan of a man straightening his back, the shuffle of hundreds of feet on the greasy floorboards, the collective wordless sigh of released tension. It is a sound of exhaustion, not celebration. The transition from ordered din to chaotic human noise is itself a kind of chaos. You move with the tide, a piece of flotsam carried toward the exits. The ritual is reversed. You give your machine one last automatic glance, your hands performing a final check on a spindle without thought. Then you turn away. Crossing the floor feels different. The vibrations are dying underfoot, leaving a strange, unsteady buoyancy as if the floor itself was softening. The air, still warm and thick with the day's accumulation, now feels stagnant, used up. You pass through the same gate you entered a lifetime ago, stepping from the constant artificial twilight of the factory into the long slanting light of late afternoon. The outside world hits you with the force of a forgotten memory. The air is thin, cool, and carries a complex bouquet of city smells: horse, stone, distant cooking, evening damp, that seems startlingly clean compared to the interior fug. It is so clear it feels sharp in your lungs. The silence is profound, a ringing void that makes your own footsteps on the cobbles seem intrusively loud. Your ears, conditioned for hours to withstand a barrage, now feel strangely hollow, vulnerable, amplifying the faint buzz in your head. The light, too, is a shock. It is not the flat, soot-filtered glow of the gas lamps, but a living, fading gold that paints the brick facades in long shadows, making the familiar street look alien, almost beautiful in a way that feels painfully irrelevant. The sensory contrast is not soothing. It is disorienting, a reminder of a world that functions on a different, softer scale, a world from which you have been exiled for the day and to which you return as a damaged visitor. You fall into the river of people flowing away from the factory district, but this current moves with a different gravity. The purposeful forward drive of the morning is gone, replaced by a slow, weary drag. Steps are not marched, they're shuffled. Shoulders are not squared for work, but hunched under its invisible residue. There is little conversation. The energy for speech has been spent. When words are exchanged, they are short, flat statements about the next day, about a chore left undone, uttered between breaths. Mostly there is silence, a procession of quiet faces turned toward home, each person enclosed in the private capsule of their fatigue. Your own body feels like a borrowed thing, heavy and strangely vibrating, as if the machine's tremor has been absorbed into your marrow and continues to hum there. Your hands hanging at your sides feel swollen and tender. You look at them, opening and closing your fingers, and you see a faint, persistent tremor in the muscles, a ghost of the repetitive motions that have not yet understood they're allowed to stop. You carry the factory with you. It is in the ground in grime that outlines every nail and fingerprint, every knuckle, a black map of labour etched into your skin. It is in the dust that powders your hair and eyebrows, a fine grey silt. It is in the pervasive smell that rises from your clothes, a warm, unpleasant aroma of machine oil, old sweat and raw cotton, a smell that has become your own atmosphere. You could scrub for an hour and not remove it. It has permeated the very fibres of your woolens, a badge you cannot take off. This physical residue is proof. You have not left the work behind, you have absorbed it. You are its mobile evidence. The city unspools around you as you walk, revealing its own evening rhythms. You pass the open door of a tavern, and a wave of warmth, spilled beer and loud talk washes out. Men in the rough clothes of different trades, dockers, coal heavers, carters, stand at the bar, their faces red in the lamplight, seeking a cheap, quick oblivion. You pass a market stall closing for the day, the vendor selling off bruised fruit at a penny a heap. A woman with a face as tired as your own haggles listlessly over a wilted cabbage. On a corner, a group of chimney sweeps, small boys blackened head to toe, cluster like shadows, their day's work done. Everywhere you see versions of your own departure, your own fatigue. The mason wiping stone dust from his forearms, the shop girl pinning a clean collar over a drab dress, the driver rubbing down his horse. The entire city is disgorging its labour force, each person carrying the specific grime of their trade, the particular bend in their spine. This is not the vibrant evening of the leisured. It is the slow, collective winding down of the used and the weary, a million small gears, worn from the day's friction, grinding to a halt. You turn onto your own street, the tenement walls closing in, familiar and suffocating. The glimpse of the wider city recedes. The walk has not cleared your head or lightened your body. It has only transplanted the exhaustion from one location to another. The release from the factory is not an escape. It is merely a change of venue. The gate closed behind you, but the weight of the day settled onto your shoulders and followed you home. You're free from the machine's immediate control, but you're not free from its consequences, which you wear on your skin, breathe from your clothes, and feel in the deep, trembling ache of your bones. The workday is over, but the state of being a worker, used up and waiting to be used again, is a condition you carry with you into the dim hallway, up the narrow stairs and through the door that does not lead to freedom, but to the brief fragile pause before the cycle demands you once more. The door closes behind you, and the factory's roar is replaced by a different, closer cacophony. The room is warm, thick with the smells of cooking cabbage, cheap tallow candles, and the close presence of bodies. It is not quiet. A child cries, another laughs in a high, sharp burst, feet patter across the floor, a pot lid clatters. This noise is human, chaotic, and for a moment, it feels more overwhelming than the machine's regimented din. You stand just inside, letting the reality of the place settle over you. This is the other pole of your existence. The greetings are not elaborate. A tired smile from your wife, a child wrapping arms around your leg, their touch a shock of uncomplicated affection against your grimy skin. This is the limited consolation, the proof that you are more than a unit of labour, that you are a name, a face, a part of a small, struggling whole. The first ritual of the evening is one of attempted transformation. You shed the outer layer of your work, the heavy, soiled trousers and jacket. The act of unbuttoning, of stepping out of those stiff fabrics feels significant, a shedding of the factory's skin. But the man revealed underneath is not the one who left in the morning. The cleanest shirt you put on is thin and worn, and it hangs on a body that is still tensed, still humming. The dirt is not so easily removed. You take the basin to the corner, pouring cold water from the jug. The soap is the same coarse block, and you scrub your hands, your face, your neck. The water turns grey instantly, swirling with the day's grit. You can feel the grime lift from the surface of your skin, see the clean streaks left on your arms. But the oil has seeped into the pores of your hands, staining them a permanent shadowy yellow around the nails and knuckles. The smell, too, is stubborn. It rises from your hair, from the very sweat that you wash away, a ghost of the factory floor clinging to you. The cleanliness is superficial, a performance for domesticity. The real stain, the fatigue and the vibration is buried deep in the muscle and bone, beyond the reach of any soap. The meal is the day's anchor, the one moment of shared, focused stillness. It is a hot pottage of potatoes, maybe a little salt pork if the week has been good, thickened with oats. The warmth of it is a profound comfort spreading through your chest. You eat slowly, savouring the heat and the salt, feeling it begin to dissolve the cold knot in your stomach from the rushed lunch. Conversation unfolds around the table, but it is not light. It is the business of survival. Your wife speaks of the price of flour, of the mend needed in the child's only good shirt. You might mention the foreman's mood, a whispered story about the accident, the unspoken fear that hangs over it. Talk turns to the coming rent payment, the worrying thinness of the coins in the jar. The family is a circle of mutual support, a fortress against the world, but the walls of that fortress are built from worry, and every conversation is a check on its integrity. The love is real, but it is strained through the coarse sieve of constant economic anxiety. The home is not an escape from the factory's pressure. It is where that pressure finds its most intimate and worried expression. If the fatigue is not utterly debilitating, a sliver of the evening might belong to something resembling a self. You might take a needle and thread to your work shirt, reinforcing a thinning elbow with slow, careful stitches, the action meditative in its simplicity. Or you might hold a week-old newspaper, your eyes struggling to focus on the blurred print in the candlelight. The words about distant politics or ship arrivals feeling like tales from a fairy tale. In a rare moment, perhaps a child plucks at a string on a homemade instrument, producing a few halting, sweet notes that hang in the smoky air. These moments are precious because they are so fragile, so easily crushed by the weariness that presses at the edges of your consciousness. They are not hobbies or passions. They are the last, faint flickers of a personal identity not completely consumed by the role of worker and provider. You grasp at them, knowing they will slip away as surely as the daylight did. It is when you finally sit still, when the meal is done and the children are settling, that your body presents its final, unvarnished account. All the pains you held at bay through motion now march forward, demanding recognition. The ache in your wrists sharpens into a hot, throbbing pulse. The stiffness in your back unfolds into a detailed map of soreness across your shoulders and down your spine. Your legs feel heavy and dull. The persistent ringing in your ears, masked by the household sounds, now becomes a clear, high tone in the relative quiet. Your eyes, strained from hours of focusing on fast, small details, feel grainy and blurred, the candle flames splitting into faint, wavering doubles. This is the true toll. The body is not complaining. It is simply reporting in undeniable terms the depletion of its resources. You have spent the day's capital of strength, and this is the audit. The evening's end is not marked by a desire for rest, but by the necessity of preparation for the next assault. With a sigh that comes from the very core of your being, you push yourself up. You wrap a portion of bread and cheese for tomorrow's lunch, a repetition of today's transaction with hunger. You check the patched shoes by the door, pressing a thumb against the sole. You lay out the work clothes for the morning, the stiff, dirty fabric waiting like a second skin you must re-enter. These acts are not chores, they are the logistical groundwork for the cycle's continuation. They tether this brief pause firmly to the wheel of labour. Finally, you extinguish the candle, plunging the room into a darkness relieved only by the faint glow of embers in the hearth. You lie down beside your sleeping family, their rhythmic breaths a soft counterpoint to the ringing in your own head. As you close your eyes, you understand clearly. This sleep you're falling into is not restorative. It is not a retreat into private dreams. It is a biological imperative, a forced shutdown of the system for maintenance. It is the necessary powerless interval during which the body performs its minimal repairs, not to restore you to yourself, but to regenerate just enough capacity, enough focus, enough muscle strength, enough sheer will to be functional when the whistle screams again. The night is not yours. It is the factory's too, a silent partner in the extraction of your life, hour by hour, day by endless day. The darkness behind your eyelids is not an empty canvas. It is a crowded field where the day's residues swarm and coalesce. The profound exhaustion that weighs your limbs does not grant you passage into oblivion. Instead, it holds you in a grim twilight, a state of suspension where the body is too broken for activity, yet too agitated for rest. The aches you catalogued earlier are no longer distant reports. They become loud, insistent voices in the quiet. The throbbing in your wrist syncs with your heartbeat. The knot in your lower back presses against the thin mattress, a dull, constant anchor to wakefulness. But more than the pain, it is the silence that feels alien. Your ears, brutalized for hours, strain against the absence of the roar. In that void, they manufacture their own noise, a high, metallic ringing, a phantom echo of the machinery, as if the factory has migrated into your very skull, and beneath it all, a cold, formless anxiety about the morning stirs, thoughts of the slipping belt, the foreman's cold eye, the unrelenting pace waiting for you just a few hours hence. Sleep does not come as a gentle tide. You must fall into it, a deliberate surrender against the protesting current of your own frayed nerves. When sleep does finally claim you, it is shallow, fractured. You drift into a numb nothingness, only to surface an unknown time later. The room is pitch black. The hearth's embers a faint, dying constellation. The house is a symphony of other sleeps. The rasp of a breath, a muffled cough from another room, the soft sigh of a child turning over. In this absolute quiet, the city's own nighttime pulse becomes audible. A distant dog barks. A cart clatters late on some far-off street, and if the wind is right, you can hear it. The relentless low thunder of a mill or a foundry that never sleeps, running a night shift. The sound is a ghost of your own day, a reminder that the great machine of industry never fully rests. It merely rotates its human parts. You lie there in the shared warmth of the bed, acutely aware of the other bodies, their heat both a comfort and a confinement. Privacy is a luxury this life does not afford, not even in sleep. This waking is not insomnia, not an illness. It is simply a part of the night's architecture, a seam in the fabric of rest where the sheer physical and mental pressure of existence briefly bubbles to the surface. And in the deeper stretches of slumber you do manage to find, the factory pursues you. Your dreams are not escapes to greener pastures, they are extensions of the floor. You dream not of running through fields, but of endless identical bobbins materializing before you, demanding to be changed with hands that move like molasses. You dream of the foreman's face, grown to monstrous proportions, his mouth opening to sound the whistle directly into your ear. You dream of the machine itself, not as an object, but as a landscape you're lost within, a maze of clattering looms and screaming belts from which you cannot find the exit. The shuttle becomes a predatory thing, chasing you. There is no narrative, no story. There is only the sensation of work, the urgency, the fear of error, the relentless repetition. Your subconscious mind, that final private refuge, has been colonized. It does not process the day, it replays it, a distorted, oppressive echo where fear is amplified and resolution is impossible. Even in the kingdom of dreams, you are not free. The physical reality of the bed reinforces this lack of sanctuary. You're not alone. Children curl against you for warmth. Your spouse shares the narrow space, your movements intertwined by necessity. A cough or a tremor from one ripples through the others. The sleep is communal, a collective huddling for survival against the night's chill and life's unending drain. It is a biological pragmatism, not an intimacy. The sounds and smells are shared, the soft scratch of wool blankets, the scent of sleep on breath, the rustle of straw ticking. This closeness speaks of mutual dependence, but also of a world where the individual self is perpetually diluted, softened at the edges by the sheer press of other lives. You sleep as part of an organism, a cell in a family unit that must preserve its collective heat to make it through to dawn. As the night reaches its absolute nadir, a change occurs. The aches, having declared themselves, perhaps recede a fraction. The phantom noises in your ears might dull. The anxious churn of thoughts exhausts itself. In this darkest hour, just before the first hint of grey would touch the sky, you sometimes slip into a deeper state. It is not the refreshing sleep of the rested. It is a profound and total collapse, a sinking into a void so complete it feels more like a temporary death than sleep. It is devoid of dreams, a blank interval of nothingness where consciousness fully evaporates. This is the body's final, desperate strategy, a shutdown so deep it mimics oblivion. It is the most rest you will get, but it is not peaceful. It is an abdication, and it is from this depth that you're torn. The sound does not creep in. It arrives with the violence of a blade. The factory whistle, that same iron scream that began the day, pierces the fragile silence of the room, the building, the entire district. It shocks you awake with a physical jolt, a lurch of the heart that echoes in your hollow chest. For one disoriented second, the dream landscape and the dark room are indistinguishable. Then reality solidifies, cold and immediate. The aches flood back, welcome now by the familiar enemy. The ringing in your ears is replaced by the whistle's fading cry and the immediate, stirring noises of the household surrendering to the new day. The deepest sleep, the near coma, is already a memory, its minimal benefits instantly negated by the adrenaline of alarm. You do not feel restored. You feel excavated, emptied out, and now required to be filled once more with the will to move, to labour, to endure. The night was not a reprieve. It was merely the off phase in the cycle, the silent, shadowed counterpart to the day's roaring industry. As your feet find the cold floorboards once again, you understand that sleep in this life is just another form of shift work. The whistle calls, and you report for duty, even from the depths of your own unconsciousness, rising to meet the same day that never truly ended, only paused, waiting for you in the pale, smoke-stained light of another morning. The scream tears through the last veil of unconsciousness, but your body is already in motion before your mind can form the word *whistle*. A jolt goes through you, a surge that is part fear, part pure animal reaction. Your heart seizes, then hammers against your ribs, a frantic drumbeat answering the iron call. Your muscles, which had slumped into the fragile mould of the mattress, contract instantly, a tightness returning to your shoulders, your neck, your jaw. It is not a decision. It is a response programmed deep into the nerves, a Pavlovian dread etched by countless identical mornings. Your eyes open to the same darkness you left, but it is now a charged darkness, filled with the whistle's fading echo and the immediate inevitable sounds of the house stirring into life once more. You lie there for one suspended second, and in that second there is no yesterday, no tomorrow. There is only this moment, which is every moment. The specific aches, the wrist, the back, the gritty eyes are the same aches. The faint taste of soot and exhaustion in your mouth is the same taste. The cold air biting at your face from the gap in the wall is the same cold. The memories of the previous day do not present themselves as a finished story. They bleed into the present as a continuous condition, a permanent state of being that was merely paused, not concluded. The day that ended 6 hours ago does not feel past. It feels adjacent, waiting just behind a thin curtain, and the whistle has simply drawn that curtain aside. What stretches before you is not a new day. It is the same day, rewound and set to play again. Monday, Tuesday, Friday. They have no distinct character. They're all the asterisk day, the production day, a seamless loop measured in the filling of bobbins, the emptying of your strength, the slow accumulation of grime and fatigue. The calendar is an abstraction. The true time is kept by the machine, and its hand has just swept back to the starting point. You do not rise. Your body rises. It pushes back the blanket, a gesture performed by rower. It swings your legs over the side of the bed, your feet searching for and finding the unyielding wood. It pulls you upright into the chill air. The mind, the consciousness that might protest, that might remember a dream of open sky or cling to a fragment of quiet thought from the deep night, is merely a passenger. It is dull, compliant, following the lead of the flesh. The rebellion is over. The body has accepted its purpose. It is a tool that has been idle, and now the master signal has sounded. There is no need for thought, for resolve, for courage. There is only function. You dress in the gloom, your hands performing their tasks, your eyes already adjusting to the lack of light, your ears already straining past the household noises for the next layer of sound. The gathering rumble of the city, the approaching thunder of the factory itself. You are not beginning your day. You are reporting for your next shift of existence. The machine of industry encompasses all, the brick building, the clattering looms, the turning gears, and you. You are a component within it, slightly worn, slightly warmer, briefly lubricated by a few hours of stagnant rest. The whistle was not an alarm clock. It was a systems check, a ping that confirmed your location in the network. And your body, with its accelerating heart and its tightening muscles, has sent the only reply it knows, acknowledgement. You're online, you're operational, you're once again in service.